Hey everybody, my name is Eric. I'm making a game. That game is called the Godkiller. And sometimes if I move too far in one direction, I get text all over my face. Just get that text. Oh, that text, it just gets all over my face. I gotta wipe it off. Feels like spider webs on my face. Okay, what the hell am I talking about? Never mind that. So this game, let's demo it. I'll always start my stream with a demo. I always do that. I'm pretty religious about that. Because I know there's people that might be tuning in and they don't care to watch me fiddle around writing code and tweaking little objects in the inspector. No, they just want to see what am I up to recently. What have I completed recently? Let's go ahead and hit the play button. Ooh, resize the screen to make it broadcast friendly. Okay, so I did a bunch of stuff yesterday. A bunch. Recent stuff. I have like a good meta menu now, and as far as I can tell, there's no issues with it. I do have settings disabled. It doesn't go to any place yet. I don't think I need any settings right away for my alpha playtesting to start. I've got a continue button, takes you back to where you were. I also checked out all the things, like there's like a bunch of little things, like if you click on it with the mouse, does it still work? If you mouse over something else, does it highlight? Stuff like that. If you hit escape 2 times, does it go back and forth? It does. All those little things. I worked out all the things I could find like that. Restore. And here's what I mean by polish and getting everything. So if I click restore now, I haven't moved in the level at all. So it'll go directly to the restore dialog. Let me show the other case. If I have moved, okay, there's some progress in the level, right? So then if I come over here and I say let's restore, then I get this message, and also I see layout issues with it. I'll fix in this session. So it's warning me I'm going to lose my hard-earned progress in the level. There's text here. It doesn't just say okay. It says abandon game. Do you really want to abandon your game? So that when you're kind of drunk playing this game and you're not really paying attention, somewhere somehow this text will get to your brain and you'll say, wait a minute, I don't want to abandon my game. And you'll hit cancel instead. But maybe you do want to abandon the game. And if you do, then you come to the restore dialog, and it shows you all the places that you've already been. Okay. I did add 2 new levels in addition to these ones that have been around for a while. First I made the lower basement, and I thought I like the lower basement. It's a good level, but it's a little bit confusing for this person, this new player. It doesn't quite make sense to have it be there immediately. Let's put 1 in front of it. That will be just a little bit easier for a new player to negotiate. So deep corridor, that's my new level. Now if the person watching this happens to be one of the playtesters, and you haven't played these levels yet, skip past or don't watch the rest of the stream, because I'm just trying to preserve your first impressions of these levels. without you being familiar with them from watching the stream. So if any one of the playtesters is watching the stream, this is probably a bad stream, because the rest of the stream I'm going to be editing levels. I'll create one more new level. So I don't want to bias your initial impressions when you play the level for the first time. I want to capture those initial impressions. I want them to be untainted, inviolate. Anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and do the deep quarter level so people can see what that's like. Spoilers alerts have been given. Alright. This one I just tried to keep it simple. But not so simple that it's boring, you know? Okay, you come out here. You can keep going straight. If you do, then you come to a dictator-style balcony, you know, addressing the masses beneath you, but they aren't there. There's just the exit. And you can't get out this way. So there must be some other way to get to it. Well, where can you go on this level? By the way, this is basically a maze, this level, but it defies following the right-hand wall. I'll show you why. Actually, there probably is a way to do it. But first I'll show you just the pure right-hand wall way. And I'm back at the start. So I made a full loop. This is a nice thing about this three-dimensional aspect to it and the additional vocabulary you have. It makes it possible to break the right-hand rule. So let's expand the vocabulary of movement a little bit. And we'll say that dropping is also part of your movement vocabulary. Okay, that means that from, you know, this square or this square or this square, I would be able to drop. But this is kind of in a topological way. It's like a one-way node. It's like a if you traverse in that direction, you can't come back that same way. So, bam, I go down there, and I can't go back. So, yeah. Okay, so that's one way of making the right-hand rule basically impractical. The other thing is there's more connections by flinging. So I go that way or that way. Okay. To map that out to the right-hand rule, along with the one-wayedness of dropping down, it makes it more complex for you to put together some kind of alternate right-hand behavior to get through the maze, than it is to just look at it and think about it like a human being. And I do recommend you look at it and think at it like a human being. So as someone who's making puzzles, one of the things that I've always kind of rallied against as far as puzzles go is puzzles that are merely an exploration of all the possible states, where you're just sort of brute forcing your way. If I do this and then this and that, does it put the thing closer to me winning? Am I winning yet? Have I won? Have I found it? So a sliding block puzzle is like that. I'm not a fan of those. Haven't spent much time on them because they're just friggin' boring. They don't have much quality to them that allows your brain to make some leaps and to make kind of clever decisions. And that's one thing I like about these 3D style mazes. You can think about them a little bit, and you can apply something besides a brute force exploration of all the paths available to you. So in this case, just thinking about how I might solve this if I was completely fresh on this, and see, okay, where can I go? And then I'll tend to pick like some kind of heuristic, like I don't know this is the way, but it seems like I'm in a better position if I'm up higher. So how can I get up higher? Okay. So then I know I've already exhausted everything I can do without flinging. So some kind of flinging will be needed. I think, well, if I could just get off to the west, I would be able to go up higher. But I can see by the fling guide that flinging west isn't going to get me there. So maybe I have to go someplace else. I'll try north. Okay. So this level is forcing the player to understand flinging, at least the basics of it. They can't get past it if they don't understand how flinging works. Okay, now it is, well, okay, there's an exception to that. Suppose they're this kind of player. They just keep trying things. They go, boom. Okay. There are a few points where they'll just kind of get stuck, and they'll have to like step around instead of flinging. But they're just, suppose they are somebody who just kind of boom and boom. So it's possible that they don't quite understand it entirely, how it works, but they sort of blunder their way through. It's possible. It's a little bit hard because there's a few things that disrupt that. Like you have to at least get to the point where it's possible for you to fling in the right areas. You can't entirely get to where you want to go just by flinging. And the next level that comes after this is just slightly more demanding as far as making sure that they understand how flinging works. And it's a little more resistant to trial and error approaches. Okay, so then I'm over here, and this is kind of weird to look at, but I might understand what I'm looking at because I could have already viewed it from down here, and I might have noticed from the last level that there was also this thing that I walked onto at the end of the level that got me out of it. That's the exit. Okay. I also thought I need to make one bonus that's really easy to find early on, because that'll introduce the player to, oh, there's bonuses. I should be able to get to them. So this one, you might miss it if you're in a hurry, but if you just do a little bit of exploration, all you gotta do is walk onto this balcony. There's a little doorway, and you come through, and here is a bonus. That will be the easiest bonus in the whole game to get to. Yeah, like even you walk up here, you can see there's something underneath the balcony. All right. At some point, the ascension effect broke. Let me make a note of that real quick. Okay. Meta menu. Bad layout on inner panel. Ascension. I don't think I know how to spell ascension. Is it that? Ascension? I guess that's it. Okay, ascension. It's just going to next level without showing any animation, which is nice to get to the level quicker, but I wanted to show at least just 3 seconds of the player floating up because it looks neat. I did an earlier version of this level that used baked lighting. It didn't look good, and I'm getting really upset with Unity global illumination or baked lighting because it just seems to always produce garbage, and there's no reason for it to. Even now, with this is like real-time lighting, and it's still producing weird edges around my polygons. I'm just not sure. I'm not sure what to do about it, to be honest. I'm just not really sure, because I've got no issue with the meshes. The meshes are fine. At least they seem healthy to me. There's just no reason for it to be doing that. Also, when I look at posts from other people having similar problems, I'm not alone. Like, I'm almost thinking, do I want to give up on Unity lighting, write my own shader, do something like Manifold Garden where everything is non-texture based and just have very abstract looking? It doesn't feel right to me, though. I don't know. I don't know the path out of the lighting problems. It's really irritating to me because all I have to do is install Unity, don't mess with the lighting settings at all, create a new project, add a couple of Pro Builder objects into the scene, all stock settings. Pro Builder, by the way, is a Unity official package. And then I hit the render thing, and it'll make the garbage every time. So that's all the out of the box settings. So then someone would say, well, tweak this setting, tweak that one, fiddle with this, and you need to do that. And I'm like, first off, fuck you for not having settings that don't just work out of the box, Unity. Second off, you know how long it takes to do a bake? The answer is no, you don't, because you hit the start button on the bake and it says preparing to bake, and then it says 5 hours remaining, and then it says a few seconds later 3 hours remaining, and a few seconds later 22 minutes, and then sometimes you think you're counting down, then it goes back up again. It's ridiculous. It's just like, it's such garbage. I don't understand it. I mean, I don't understand it, and I am in a position of ignorance on it. But more than that, I don't understand why their out-of-the-box offering does not just kind of simply function in an obvious, straightforward way. Why? Why would you just release something that the very first time you use it looks broken? That's just ridiculous. Yeah. Alright, enough of my ranting. Let's finish this demo. Okay, so what is this? This is another maze. I mean, there's not yet anything in it that's game elements that require more logical manipulation, no combat, nothing like that. You just find your way to the exit. But this one is going to require somebody to get more deductive. There's even less trial and error. So you come up the stairs. Again, if you're like me, you'll apply some kind of heuristic. It seems like if I go up higher, it's better. Okay. I might do a few things like, is there anything I missed yet so far? Is this the only way up? It looks like it is. If I go this way... Oh, there is another path over here. Okay, so now I know I have two paths going up. So I'm sort of managing both possibilities here. Here's some other thing over here, right? I can't get to it. Okay. Again, this is a new player who's just starting to get a little bit of confidence with moving and flinging and understanding what they're looking at. And this lighting crap doesn't help, by the way. This little jagged part here with the saw teeth. Again, up here. Well, actually, that one's correct. This one is some steps. But anyways, this is why the lighting is important, even though it's just aesthetics. It's not just aesthetics. It's being able to reliably identify game elements. If your eye is like treating like this type of pattern as steps, as it should, to have this sawtooth pattern down here, which is just bad lighting, implies that there's, to your eye, that there's maybe some steps there. There's not. It's just some bad lighting. Okay, so then you're walking around and, oh, you see this up here. Maybe you've seen enough exits now, two other ones besides this one, that you recognize that as the exit. There's also the color cue. There's red light coming out. Okay. This purple light over here, by the way, is there for clarity. So if I'm over here, I can remember that this purple part, this was something special. Like I was over on that other side a little while before. This is the only place where that purple light is at. It also helps distinguish visually between this upper area and this lower area here. So that's why lighting is important. It's part of the puzzle. Okay. So I come over here. I see that purpley area over there. That's a hint. That's a little clue. Could I get over there? I do my fling and I can see, oh, it's going underneath it there. Maybe I'll go up a square. Yeah, okay. Still not making it. That one might make it, but I can't see. It's obscured. Now, initially when I made this puzzle, I made it so that this was the only place that you could jump from to get over there. And I might have said this one too is okay or something like that. It was, but anyways, then I thought that's too hard. This is still a new player. I gave him these steps too. There's an overhang over here on the left that used to come down further to prevent them from flinging from these steps over here. But I made it easier. So I'm not trying to be a sadistic torturer of players. I want the players to have fun. So that will get over there. But I'll keep going up the steps just to show sort of the red herring. Okay, this is like a dead end. It gets you to nowhere. And again, I'm upset about the lighting because it's confusing things. Like there's this hard edge here, and it's actually just a continuous wall that goes along there. So stuff like that has really been bothering me. Okay, so this is a dead end. A lot have strategic lighting. So you know this is the only way forward after a bit of exploration. You might have noticed this little guy up here, this passageway, and you can't get to it. It's up too high. From this side, can you get to it? You can get higher, but you're not aligned with that exit if you get over there, right? Now there's another clue here that there's more stuff above you with this stairway here and these squares. I try to make it so that whenever you see a square that's got a floor pattern on it, that will be a reachable place in the game. Okay. Now you've gotten here to the exit. You can go in, and there's the exit. And there's also the bonus. The bonus is sitting right there. Can't get to it. Okay. And I know that it's a little bit hard at this point in your career as a God killer player, to know that this is 2 meters high or 2 squares high, and that's too high to get up there. But I did make symmetrically all 4 of these, so you'd have something to compare to, and it looks a little more reasonable that you can't get up on top of this guy than perhaps this one, which is more of a straight down view because it's right up against the south wall. The camera needs to angle it that way to show it. So because these other ones are here and you can visually compare them, that's meant to help you see that you can't reach this pillar you can't get on top of it from there. That is the bonus. So you could leave the level here, or you could say, I want that bonus. And then the question would be in your mind, where have I not gotten to yet? What would take me further along? And you can see, like, whoa, wait a minute. There's some stuff over here. I didn't get up here, did I? No? I don't think I can fling there from the east, because I was over there at the east. I did a lot of flinging, and that's lower down. Maybe up here. Right? So now you're up on this part here. Again, irritated with the lighting. I might fiddle with it a little more in this session, see if I can just break some of these bad points. Trouble is, inside the scene editor, it looks fine. So I have to note the places that look wrong inside of the play mode and see if I can fix them in the scene editor. This patch here is not present in the scene editor. It's really, really annoying. Okay. So there I've gotten through this place here. Now, one nice thing about 3D puzzles is you get, in a nice built-in way, the concept of one-way squares without having to invent an element for them. Like, I don't have to invent a one-way door, because any kind of drop that you drop down off of, that's effectively a one-way door. So I came through this way, I dropped down, that's 2 squares high, I can't go back out that way. So I didn't have to make that a one-way door, but it's not bad for just sort of focusing the player on figuring out this space that they're in. It creates like a little bit of tension too, like, well now I can't go back. Can I get back to the exit? Am I screwed? That kind of thing. There's some stairs. You go up them. And now you're in this room again. At first, I didn't have this little grate thing on the right. But then I thought, just to make this not be like a super hard bonus challenge, let's make it so you can fling over there. Now we'll let you scope out the room a little bit better. So this is one of the things I have to do because I made a decision that I do not want to add controls for the player to manually position the camera to get the viewpoint they need to figure things out. So that means that your movement through the level is what causes the camera view to change, and there's nothing else. So there are times where I have to make areas for you to move to that will allow the camera to show information. So I don't want the player to have, you know, on their little Xbox controller thing, you know, okay. So we're all kind of used to having, like, you know, on this left hand, that's going to be your camera view. You're going to move that around. And then your right hand, maybe that's your actual movement of your character. I want to break that paradigm, at least in my game, you know? Just because the controller is built that way and there's a whole bunch of games that use that method doesn't mean that that's the best method for every game. Just because we've gotten used to something doesn't mean that's what we should be using for every single game. So I want the player to get used to moving around quickly and trying things to see what they need to see, and I'll make the levels to allow for that. It's entirely possible to make a very difficult level that's only difficult because you just can't see what the fuck's going on. What are these things? That's why I'm so grumpy about the lighting, because the lighting is necessary for it to work right in order for this game to reach its potential. I also put a fair amount of time into getting these camera views so they'd be automatically going to, like, the best possible location. So if you step under a ceiling, the camera's going to duck under the ceiling. If you don't have any reason for the camera to look straight down, like it is now, it'll switch to this more aesthetic view that shows more information. But if you need the top-down view, it switches to top-down. So there's, like, all this kind of logic that I put in there. Let's go ahead and get the bonus. Okay, that's the bonus. Then you step on there, and it goes to the next level, and that happens to be looping around to the first level again. So the other thing you see on these is it shows whether or not you've gotten the bonus. On this one, I've gotten the bonus on all 4 of the levels. But there's a nice thing that every level has always 1 bonus. So these levels are probably pretty easy for a player of just kind of normal dedication to get through. The difficulty level I'm aiming for is, I call it Portal 2 difficulty. In the Drod world, we'd call it 5 Drod brains, or 5 brains difficulty, on a scale of 1 to 10. But I want some extra challenge, so I'm going to try to make it not just like a really kind of, you'll only get this if you're lucky or willing to try lots of crazy nonsense challenges of finding the bonus, but an actual proper puzzle. So there'll be 1 puzzle which will be getting to the level, be pretty easy, relatively speaking, and then the second puzzle to it, which can't be a throwaway puzzle, it has to be a proper puzzle, will be higher difficulty, maybe twice as hard as the original puzzle in the level without the bonus. Alright, let me fix a few things, and then I'll get on to making another level. The first thing I saw was that layout. That layout problem with the inner panel. I want to fix that. See, that looks good. So the problem might be the resizing doesn't it could be resizing. It could be that my prefab inside of this specific scene has got different anchoring. But that looks pretty good too. In fact, that looks the same. In game view, it looks okay. Oh, now we're good. Okay, good. I'm glad I can reproduce this as a messed up thing. So when I just brought that in closer, it didn't work well. Now let me see if I can fix it in the prefab. I'd rather fix it in the prefab than inside of the cool. Okay, what happens if I just say stretch left and right? I mean, I think honestly what happened is it followed my directions, but the margins brought the top and bottom too close together. Maybe I can do something with this min Y. Let me put it back to how it was. Okay, now it's all stretched. So I can say a min Y. So I don't understand how this works. It's up 0.5. Yeah, I don't get it. that back. This is 0. Alright, let me try. Just try correcting it this way. Oh, wait a minute. You know, the text always looks fine. Why can I not just do the same thing as the text? Just have it be exactly the same as what the text is, or maybe tweaked a little bit, but basically the same. So if I paste these component values, okay, so then you could say at least these two are going to match, but then I might want it to go out a little bit further. Okay, maybe that works. I do feel like I'm adjusting for one situation, then it breaks a different situation. So hopefully I'm still on the right track. Okay, and this guy needs... That one's got the old settings, so let's... Is there just a way to reset this to be exactly the same as the prefab? Alright, hold on. Let's take the inner panel, copy component, back out, inner panel, paste component values. Maybe that fixes it. What about the OK dialog? Do I need to fix that one too? Yes, I do. All right. Let me see if those changes work. Kinda. Except that, like, these guys are going over the top of that a little bit. It's fine. It's fine. Alright. Let's do the ascension. I don't know what happened with my animation there. It just stopped working. I do kind of know. Okay, so this loads the next level, does on level load progress. But one thing I want to do is give it some time to show the animation. Minimum ascend time const equals 3f. Okay. And man, I got quite a rat tail going on back here. I gotta shave that down. Okay, so then this is gonna load the next level. This might do it. I think also I want the screen fader to start. So let's do that too. All right, let's see what that looks like. So it faded out, but there was actually no ascension. And this should have happened. Huh, okay. Let me come back to here. I think this fade to black is going to be redundant. Alright, I guess I need to step into this code, see what's going on there. Things I'm expecting. The to position should not be the same as the from position. Oh, maybe it would be to start. Okay, yeah, to start it would be. Okay. So I'm assigning that right there. So they will be all the same there. 12. 12. Okay. Then the send height. 20. Okay, I want to see if I ever get to here. Okay, I want to see if this position changes. Let's see, it's starting right now at 12. It might still be a lapse, could be 0. Yeah, okay, it won't change yet. Gotta wait. I do think maybe the camera mover might not. Hold on, let's see what it. Weird. I tried to step into it, it wouldn't let me. Alright, hit play. Oh. Okay. So I must have made some change to this code that caused it to fall through. Oh, wait a minute. I always forget. If you say true, does that mean keep calling, or is... Huh. That's weird. It didn't come back and called again. Let's see. Hold on. Form. Okay, false means we're done. True means keep going. Call it again. Okay. So I return true. Perform was never called again. That's the mystery. So then it returns true. It might be that I need to... I think one problem I have is the 3 seconds is going by while I'm evaluating this here. That doesn't quite make sense though. So elapsed. So if I hit play, is it gonna come back? No. doesn't come back again. Okay, so that means I need to look at the calling code, which is something I haven't done in a while. It's fairly complex, and it's been working great for a long time. I don't know what could have changed. Okay, now I'm going to look at the calling code. Okay, that means the effect is still alive, and it should get called again. Ooh, I know what I did. I added some logic at the top that said, don't do anything else if we're exiting the level. I was trying to be safe to avoid like the player hitting other keys and causing other things to happen while we're in the middle of a level exit. But I do need to do some work. I have to perform the effects. Got it. I'm just thinking, is there anything else I want to happen here? I guess maybe if someone's talking, we'll go ahead and let them finish up. I could probably let's refactor this. Alright, this might fix it. Okay, I think that worked. I saw like a weird shadow thing, but I think that was just the combination of the lighting. I like that song, but I need to limit my exposure to it. Alright, so I fixed those two bugs. Oh, I did this one too. That's done. This is done. I suppose this is the level selector. Let's do that. Alright, not doing too bad here. Setting screen, I don't have to do that. That's done. Some demo levels. I just want to make one more demo level in this session. I don't know if I'll be able to complete it in this session. That's what I really feel like doing. That's what I'm going to do. So trying to make this not be throwaway work. I think the next one I do will be some really basic block stuff. It'll introduce blocks. Let me add a few more notes of other things I want to do. Paradise. Fix the blocks. Fix the dialogue. Move Billy Arena to a separate level. I tried to put too much story in one level, basically. I want to spread it out. Okay, but for this session, not going to go into that. I'm going to create a new level. Let me just open up one of the existing levels and use it as a starting point. You know, just to be a little bit silly, let me just brainstorm a few level names here. So I've got lower basement. I was thinking of all the basement levels I want to make. What about mid-lower basement, upper lower basement, slightly low basement, above average basement, pretentious basement. Look at the basement levels. Uppity basement. Upper basement. Lower upper basement. Alright. All kinds of ridiculous names. It's better than basement 2, basement 3, basement 4. Okay, mid-lower basement. That'll be this one. Okay, so whatever's here I can delete with impunity. And the decorations, don't need them. Get rid of them. Okay. So there's the player facing north. Let me set a different strata scheme. security. Simple. Let's do even 4. Okay. So I think I'm gonna go with the design of a level that I liked, and I lost that level, but I thought it was pretty good. So I'll just recreate that level. There'll be an egg in the middle. Get the egg down there so I can use it as a reference point. And the way I made this last time was probably pretty good. I'm just trying to do it the same way because it was good. It was simple. It wasn't hard to figure out. Okay. At some point, I lost the ability of Unity to figure out where it should place new objects. That's too bad. This means like it added 3 seconds to every object placement that I do. how high up do I want to go? I think I'll start by figuring out the stairs to get out of this thing. Oh, I'm remembering. The egg was raised up on a little platform, and there were bridges to leave. Okay, and the stairs got you up to the top of the egg. Let's go 1, 2, 3, 4. See, here's where, like, I don't know why it doesn't snap down to the surface beneath. Used to. And then I upgraded Unity or Pro Builder and stopped doing it. Wait, how high is that? Is that 4? I think it is. Alright, player. Yeah, 4. Okay. It's feeling dark and claustrophobic. Let's get some light. I think I'm going to need some space too. So I'll go ahead and delete this because it just seems too small in there. I want it to be larger. Let's bring some light over. There we go. Why are you... That's kind of weird. Okay. Okay. Okay, now let's build up the raised area. That's going to be around this depressed area. Seven. Throw the selection. Then I'm thinking about do I want the exits this room to come in a little bit just for decoration's sake? I think I do. It will also give me an extra benefit of making the things you can do with pushing around blocks be a little more interesting. Because if you have less straight areas to push them around in, you can push them around corners and things like that. It's a little more interesting. Okay, but I gotta figure out how big how big these are gonna be. Am I gonna use arches? No, because I want a letter gate inside of it, and letter gates don't work well with arches. Okay. That light. Bring the light over here. So take this guy and I think a door that is 3 wide will suffice. So I want some blocks. That's fine. Okay, let's get some letter gates to spell out. I don't like that. It doesn't have an initial coloration. I know that the open and closed material should set it. Yeah, it might be that it's just subtle. Yeah, I can barely see it. Okay. That's fine. Okay, so which one was that? That's north. Let's do south next. Oh, you stupid butt. Two down. Okay, so if that was south, then this one should be west. Maybe I'm wrong. We'll see. Nope, I was right. Alright, so the player has to disrupt these blocks, and that allows her to leave this area. I'll also need some walls along here. Oh, I didn't do the other side when I finished. Letter gate east. Okay. Let's get some more walls in here. What? So annoying. You know what? If I was doing this from scratch, I would have just ditched Text Mesh Pro. It's caused me a lot of trouble. Just a lot of weird shit that it does. It's got a lot of power to it, but there's all kinds of just weird little nonsense things. Like there are some prefabs that I made that work fine in the editor, but when I make a player build, those prefabs will not display the text correctly. And then I have to, for some reason, unpack the prefabs so they lose their connection, and then they work. And I'm like, why? I still might, before it's over, just come up with my own sprite map for the blocks at least. Not everything. Some things really do seem to need all that functionality that's in Text Mesh. Alright, let me just take a quick look at what that appears as. Not bad. Not bad. Okay. I wanted to see this to figure out how high up I wanted my ceiling to go to. Because right now, if I clamp the ceiling down right on top of her, like where it's at now, the camera would get nudged down further, which might be a good thing. It's a nice effect. I think I want the ceiling to go up a little higher instead of making it duck down on her. But it'd be cool if you could tell it was someplace you could get to, though. Let me see. If I put this here. It's the thing. I was a little caught up on making it look exactly like it did before, but you know, there might be some better ideas to add to it. Okay. And the thing that was neat before was I had all these stairs that were going up in a symmetrical way. So let me fiddle with that a bit. Just to see where it ends up at, let me pull one of the big stairs out. Okay, it won't go all the way up. Actually, it could. If I just let it come in a little bit. Yeah, I kind of like that. Let's do that. So I have this guy come in just a little bit. What did you just do? How is... Yeah. Okay. This strata stuff has ended up being a bit of a pain in the ass. Which is those different textures that pop up at different heights. I kind of wonder about maybe writing a shader that does it automatically. That's the sort of thing that might pay for itself. Yeah. And then, you know, after I upgrade Pro Builder and after I upgrade Unity, suddenly this code that was working, it's got little problems. Oh, come on, come on, come on. Alright. Got that. That's the whole thing. And I can copy that. And we'll set this different angle. Bam. Okay. So then where do I want to take this next? So this one I can do. Okay, I would go up 4 squares and come over to here. Let me take stairs 4. Where are you at? Here we go. Okay. I don't think it's a bad approach, particularly in these early levels, to focus on just making something that looks pretty. Later on it might be more of a challenge to try to make things that look pretty but also are good puzzles. Most of the time those goals don't come into conflict. A lot of times I'm making something just for aesthetic reasons, and while I'm making that as a starting point, ideas for puzzles come into my head. Some planes are super loud. I think it's if they go right over the top of my house instead of off to the side by a little bit. They're all very close, like 200 feet away, that close. But the ones that are really loud seem to be on a certain trajectory. Okay, so that looks good. Now we're next on this. In the original one, I had a raised platform over the top of the egg. That wasn't bad. I could do that again. Nothing wrong with that. I think some part of me wants to go a little bit crazier on this, and go up another level with the steps before I start on the middle part. And I don't see any reason why I shouldn't, so let's keep going up. Let's see. Stairs 4. Okay, so that will mean I'll want a little corner piece down there. Maybe I'll do a pillar for that. Can I put a pillar lamp in the middle without it looking stupid? Yeah. Diegetic lighting. Okay. So if somebody makes it all the way up to here, and if I also have it going that way, where do they go next? I've got an idea. They could do a fling. Okay, so if they do a fling, something has to stop them. That's okay, I'll get to that. Okay, this I need to fix up a little bit. That's where it gets weird. Yeah, it's like it's got some kind of weird connection between the previous one and this one. Alright. I don't like that. See how my understairs work. Yeah, it's just changing too many things there. Okay. So that's some cool looking stairs. I'll keep that. See if I can get it all inside of a game object like before. It's always one that goes way up here. Okay, level. Oh, I gotta remember to set the transform first. Okay, so what was... Yeah, that one. Okay, move all that stuff into the game object, and that will allow me to duplicate and rotate it easily. Where's those pillars? Let me click on them. Why won't you let me click on them? Because Text Mesh Pro has got all of its weird shit in the way, that's why. Oh, God. Pillar 8, Pillar 1, Jesus. Pillar 8, all that. There should be a pillar lamp somewhere. There it is. This floor at the top. Thank you. Now, duplicate. This is fun. I like this. This makes me happy. Okay, that's not Z-fudding. That's just the selector. Okay, cool. Alright. So then the last thing is the upper platform. Okay, so I think I want to bring these down a little bit, or actually I just need to pull this out. If I can just pull that out a little bit. Okay. Okay, then I make some steps going up to a platform. And just to see where it lands, let's try 8. I think that's like way too much, but 8. That is too much. Just do 4, and then it'll give me more space to make a platform up top. Now when I go up, yeah, it messes up this one. Okay. That seemed to fix that. So when I place a new game object into the scene, it puts it at the top of the hierarchy. Whereas when I paste, when I duplicate a game object, it'll put it down at the bottom. Duplicate that guy. Ah, I made too much stuff. Okay, I got an extra thing I didn't want. That's the one that shouldn't be in there. Okay. Now we'll try this again. Did I get it all? I did. That's starting to look cool. Alright, up at the very top will be my platform for the exit. And I love how this version ended up being more epic than the previous one that I made. I mean, I'm patting myself on the back too much, I know that, but it just looks cool. All I can do is make stuff that looks good to me. From here I can put a grate. Question is, does this look better if the base of this isn't so thick? So I could make it go up by 1. I think it will look better. Let me fix it. Okay, now I just gotta add one more understair to each of these so it smoothly goes all the way. And I'm avoiding doing the clone because I know that's where it starts messing with the object it was cloned from. From a level point of view, or from a puzzle point of view, me adding this symmetry is worth nothing. Like, it just makes everything just kind of look pretty, but actually some people who are really into puzzles would not like the symmetry because it's inelegant as far as expressing a puzzle. It's kind of like a cheap red herring type of a thing. But I like it. It's good for me. Alright, let me do a quick run through on this. Oh, before it's even playable to the end, I have to add a catch point. Exterior walls, basically. Try these outer walls. Just for a little variety. Use these walls. Okay, that's cool. Edge is good. Then I can take this guy. That looks pretty cool from a distance. Alright, let's try it out. I like being able to see some details up in the corner. I'm not sure what I'm looking at there. That light on the stairs is pretty strange looking. That's a downside. Yeah, I think I want to get rid of the angled flings. They're just confusing. What I could do instead is make flings just be good for going up and down steps. So it would take you to the top of the step. Right now it's going to go way past it. It's just a little bit counterintuitive, and then once you figured it out, it's pretty friggin' difficult to do anything with it puzzle-wise. It's just a giant long shot as to whether or not going up an angled slope is going to get you anyplace good. Okay, let's look at the exterior. I like how it looks. Particularly the lighting seems pretty good. Here it gets crazy, I don't know why. Most thing, I could put some rails up on these corners. Put rails here. And it would let me fling all the way across over here. Visually, that looks really good to me. Oh, what was the thing I saw I didn't like? Oh, just the angled flinging. Yeah, I'm going to take out that angled flinging. So right there, a player might expect to be able to fling west across, but because I've got that logic that says if you're going down for the steps, that it's no longer a straight fling, it's an angled fling. It gets confusing. The lighting is a little bit too much here, or I should say it's not enough. It's too dark. I love how it looks, but it needs a little bit of light just so you can see what the hell's going on. I do love that starkness. It looks good to me, but yeah, and then there's some ugliness over here. Oh, you know what that's from? It's from the grates. It's from the grates up above. That's where that weird pattern comes from. Okay, then I'm not bothered as much by it. That's the grates. Okay. So I could throw just a tiny bit of light in the corners so you can see things better. Not too much. Don't want to ruin the high contrast look. Put corner rails up here. It'll let you fling around. The other thing I want to start thinking about is the bonus. So the way I made it last time, I think I'll do it this way again, is if you take the blocks underneath and you spell the words TO, it'll make a ledge that allows you to gain access to the bonus. But I'm trying to make these bonus challenges fun to play through, and not just from a completionist standpoint, like someone just looking for something really hard. Or not. I mean, they should be hard, but they should be fair. Do I want to make it so that someone who's just kind of a determined player can figure it out on the first time? Or do I want to make it something where they might get further along in the levels and understand the rules of elements better, then come back to this level to get the bonus. So the thing that they might have a little bit of trouble with is no, I think it's all here. I think it's all here. Okay. Oh, after I make it, it'll make a little more sense maybe. Okay. So some kind of ledge that they would get to. One thing I could do is make it so you can get to the exterior part by flinging off over in this direction. Okay. So just make like a ledge you can get to over here. Okay. All right, here's part of my idea. I'll make a collection of these little platforms. One of them will not have symmetry though. So here's the one that won't have symmetry. And since everything else in the level has been symmetrical, that should be a pretty good clue that it's significant. So you look at that, from this side, it's the one platform you can't get to from just flinging across. These other ones, you just fling across, you're there. But that's only part one of the puzzle to get to the bonus. You know, it wouldn't be bad to skip this other part, which was to make a ledge that you build out of letters. This is already a pretty good puzzle. Let me just try it out. Let me try it out. In fact, let's do it maximize. Bonus is pretty obvious, very easy to spot. Oh, I found another way to get to it though. So that's not that good. If I can put a roof over the top of it, then it gets hard again. Anyways, let's see. Let's play with this a little bit longer. Okay. That's the intended solution right there. I can fix the unintended solution by just putting rails around the top, which will probably look cool. Alright, let's lay some rail. It's a cheap and simple way of closing these things off so they look a little more polished. You know, the other thing I could do, which would be kind of neat, is just make this look even a little bit closer to the other ones. That. It's got that gap there so you'll fall through. I also noticed the bonus is probably going to look a little bit better. Let's move it out to here. I could also simply move it out to here, because you can't fling against that. It blocks your fling. If you went up a step here and flung across, you just drop down. Up here it won't let you fling. Okay, let me fix the stuff with the lights. Getting close to the end of this level. This one I think I can just take out. Is that one already down low? Yeah, that one's being used productively. Okay, this one I can put into use down here. Don't want to overuse that purple light. Maybe let's just go with white light. Let's make it 10. That's the thing that keeps bugging me, is when a square, the light is shining bright on it and it just is black. That's really annoying. Alright, let's turn this up really loud for a little bit, just so I can clearly see where it's pointed. I'll just rotate this so it's, yeah. That might be good. And maybe I do want purple. Let's see. Okay. Do that for each of the 4 corners. Alright, then I'm feeling like maybe I want a few things around the edges to make it not quite as plain. Let me create Brushed metal, that's what it's called. Oh. I just noticed that these have the exact same spacing as the beam objects that I created. So they're like almost begging to be replaced with those beam objects, but I can do that later if I think that's a good idea. That looks a lot better to me. Let's set the thumbnail camera. Alright, what's a good one? I like to use the thumbnails as an opportunity to show like a non-straight down angle. That looks pretty cool. And it's going to take the middle part of it. Alright. Let's try this out. Okay, that's a pretty good compromise in the lighting. I still get a lot of starkness there, a lot of contrast, but I can make out what it is now. I'm gonna check. Can I see outside the wall? I think this is where I would be able to see it the most, but I can't. So it's just at a good spot there. I could make it rise up further if I wanted. That might be good. I think I'm happy with this. I'm just gonna raise up the top of the wall there, and that should be just about it. Blundyton, what's going on? Oh, good. My vacation's over, so I gotta go back to the day job. Did that today, but I'm still making progress. Coming to the end of this stream, you catching me right at the end. Just about finished up on this guy. Maybe I'll leave the tops of these like that. Nah, I feel like they should keep going. Thank you. Yeah, this one I'm liking it. What you been up to? That is a nice thing. There's so many tutorials. So many. It makes me wonder sometimes, what do colleges charge money for these days? There's so much you can learn just on your own, just for free. It's all out there. Oh, I screwed up that. Let's fix that. Alright, I think I got this one. I'm gonna try it. Yeah, I haven't watched too many of those. I usually feel kind of impatient with tutorials. I'll be like skipping past until it gets to the part that's important to me, and then I'll accidentally go past it and I'll have to back up, and yeah. So I usually do written content when I'm trying to figure stuff out because of that, but okay, it is a little dark up here. It looks cool, but it makes it hard to see what you're doing. Gotta add a little bit of light up there. Not much, just a little. That's enough to light it up. Let's make it just a little bit darker. Lost track of the tiles. Okay. So then let's get over here. Other side looks fine. All right, that should do it. All right. Save that. Then let's take a look at the thumbnail. Oh, that's already there. Okay, addressable, read write. This one is the mid-lower basement. Okay, got that. And we'll go save this again. Let's go to the level selector scene. Yeah, go for it. Yep. Oh yeah. Okay. So you're looking for an interval like say 5 seconds or something like that, and you want to see like if you're on the interval. Yeah. All right. So here's how you do it. You have a start time. So float start time, and it could just be it might not matter that much to you when the start time is actually, but just say for now you set it to time, like when you wanted to start your whole blinking light, whatever it is. Okay, then in your update, let's say elapsed is time minus start time. Okay, then say let's see, interval equals elapsed modulo. That's the key right there. That's what you're looking for. 5F. 5F is your repeat duration. That's your 5 seconds, right? Okay. Now here's the thing though, like, so your interval, it'll be a floating point number. That's the only tricky part about this. You can do, like, you can say if math f, actually this is better, if int interval equals 0, bug log blink. Okay, that'll make this output happen a whole bunch of times though. So if you imagine like your elapsed value, what it looks like, it'll be 0.001, 0.003 to 1, it'll be like, it'll be just milliseconds, right? So this is going to get called, update's going to get called a whole bunch of times, and your interval here, when you say, okay, here's your elapsed, and here's your interval, it's going to look like, with the modulo operator, it'll just be the same up until you go past the 5 second mark. So imagine a whole bunch of frames go by, and then finally you get to 5.012 or something like that. So the interval will end up being changed. The interval value will end up being 0.0012. And then it'll continue on the next frame. Be like, some other kind of randomish value, but just milliseconds after the previous one. So then you just have to decide, like, do you want this? Do you want, like, for a full second for this to be true? Then you get debug log blink many times, like 60 frames per second, whatever your frame rate is, while this went all the way up to 6. So let's say blink is going to be false, 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 then suddenly true, true, right? Interval will reset, every cycle. When you get up to, 9.987 from blah, blah, all that, it'll be 4.9746, right? False. And then as soon as you go past 10.01, it'll be, again, 0.001, like that. So that modulo is the way that you can figure out inside of your interval where you're at. It's the amount of extra there is, or remainder, after you've performed that division by 5. So if you ever done like division by hand, like back in junior high or whatever, and there's a remainder part when you're done, that's what the modulo is. Alright, I'm going to paste bin this and send it to you. Yeah, whatever. I don't know what you mean when you say enable syntax. Oh, you mean elapsed? In my own example code, or are you talking about something else? Yeah, okay. So yeah, so here's the nice thing. You don't really have to no, that's cool. You don't have to do anything to interval. In fact, even this thing where I say start time up here, like if you didn't care like when it started, just to simplify this, you could also say, here, I'll leave that there in case it's important. I'm going to move this down here. Simpler version. Doesn't matter when interval starts. So in this case, you could get rid of the start time, and you could say the interval is just time modulo 5 seconds. So this thing here, time, Unity updates that for you all the time. Like there's nothing special to do about it. It's always getting a new value. And it's the amount of time that your program's been running, basically. So when you start Unity for the very first time, the very first frame update, time is going to equal 0. And then you just keep calling it, and or update keeps getting called, and time will always be the amount of time that has elapsed since your program started. So yeah, that's that. There's one problem I didn't address in this, which like most people run up against. So what is the thing that you want to happen at the different intervals? Like, are you playing a sound? Are you turning a light on? Because if it's something where it needs to be just one event that happens, then you have to code a little bit differently, as opposed to a light that just stays on for a whole second, that type of thing. Okay, so that's something you want to happen one time each interval, as opposed to this thing where once you're inside a certain duration, it's gonna, or a certain range, it's gonna keep saying true, 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 true. Because okay, so for that, so for that you say then you set your next event time to the next time you want. But there has to be some kind of state check for when you are past this one doesn't use modulo, but what it does is it accomplishes something pretty similar, but it will only fire an event one time. If you have like frame rate drops and stuff like that, then this method isn't as reliable. Like you might have a little bit every once in a while, a little difference in when you expected it to fire, but it's pretty good. So anyways, man, I'm gonna send this off to you, and I'm gonna finish testing. I'm gonna end my stream pretty quick. So let's create that. Bam, there's that for you. You bet, you bet. I just want to make sure I can get to this new level. Oh, I forgot to add it into the build. Okay. Alright, so that's easily fixed. Just all these little things to remember. Okay, build settings. Open scenes. Okay. There we go. Okay. Then if I go to restore. Oh, it's a cool thumbnail. Alright, that's a stream. Plundyton, good luck with your coding. You're on a search for knowledge. I like it. Thank you, sir. It was part of a vision. Alright, I'll catch you later. Stopping the stream!